Welcome to Session 2 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track World Championships, coming to you from Los Angeles, California. This is the VELO Sports Center in the heart of Carson, California. We have a packed program this afternoon with sprints, individual pursuits, time trials, and we'll have a points race at the end of the session. Our first event of the afternoon is going to be the men's 50 to 54 sprint semifinals, ride number 1. This will be a best two of 3 rides. The winners will advance to the race for gold and silver. The others will race for bronze and 4th place. In Heat 1, we'll have Joaquin Ritter and Andrew Weathers. In Heat 2, Ryuji Ichimoto of Japan and Marcel Lorenz of Germany. Riders will draw for position, and the rider that starts in the first ride in the pole position will be on the outside in the second ride. If it goes to a decider, they'll redraw for position. Once again, these are the semifinals. We started off with a 200-meter time trial this morning, went to a 1/8 final for the top 12. Winners advanced to the quarterfinals. The others went to a repechage or second chance. And then after completing the quarterfinals, we got down to the final 4 in our men's 50 to 54 sprint. In these, the semifinals, this will be ride number 1 of up to 3 in the best 2 of 3 series for these racers. And it looks like Joaquin Ritter of Denmark has drawn the inside position. He's in the black skin suit. On the outside, Andrew Weathers of the United States in the multicolored skin suit. Same rules as before, 3-lap race. Rider that's drawn the inside position obliged to lead the first part of the first lap at a constant pace. After that, they may jockey for position. Both these riders have been using their speed to dispatch opponents on their way here. May see track craft become a little bit more important in this ride. Coming into bell and 1 to go. Weathers on the outside, Ritter on the inside. They hit the 200-meter line more or less together. Weathers has the longer way to come around. Ritter tapping it forward, getting his bike across the line first, and it it looks like Ritter took the first ride. Ritter, the fastest qualifier in this morning's time trial. Coming up next, ride number 1 in the semifinal round, heat number 2, Ryuji Ichimoto and Marcel Lorenz of Japan and Germany, respectively. Ichimoto of Japan has drawn the inside position. He's in the blue with the black helmet. Lorenz in the white helmet in all black on the outside. So Ichimoto has shown a preference for riding from the front in the earlier rounds. Lorenz, if I remember correctly, is the second fastest qualifier. There's the bell, Ichimoto in the pole lane, but Lorenz using that banking, slingshot himself towards that 200-meter line, draws up alongside Ichimoto, side by side. Lorenz with the longer way to come around, and Lorenz gets across the line first. And has been declared the winner officially. And so once again, that is ride number 1 of the semifinal round of the men's sprint for 50 to 54. We'll be seeing those gentlemen again in ride number 2 later in the program. But we're off next to our next event, the women's 50 to 54 individual pursuit timed final. We have 2 heats, so everyone is guaranteed a podium spot. In heat number 1, starting from the home straight, is going to be Julie Peterson of the United States of America. This is a 2-kilometer, 8-lap race for the women 50 to 54. Peterson will be setting the time to beat, and then heat 2 will be deciding the relative places on that medal podium come at the midpoint of session number 2. Julia Peterson, you should be in the ready area, getting ready to get on track right now. Then we should have Debbie Milne, Vicky Appel ready as well. Our next event is the 45 to 49 women's pursuit. So Carla Richard, Raja McMahon, Sarah Agnew, Nicole Borum-Schickel, Sean Morelli, and Monique Snyders know that you are in the next event after these 2 heats of the women's 50 to 54 individual pursuit. Once again, there'll be a countdown clock. With tones indicating the remaining time. At 0, the gate will release. And our women 50-54 will do 2 kilometers, 8 laps of the Siberian Pine Oval that is the VELO Sports Center. And the gate did not release. So we'll get the gates checked out here momentarily. No joy. So we'll have our athlete take a load off while we get that sorted out. And that was a successful test. Sounds like we're ready to resume the racing. So we'll get our athlete back up here again. Once again, this is Heat 1, rider number 54, Julie Peterson of the United States of America. Getting ready to race individual pursuit, 2 kilometers, 8 laps. And gate has released, rider is off and underway, and we're off and racing. Peterson will be setting the times to beat. .24-second opener, 7 laps to go. Go. 42.9,500. Coming up on the 1K split. A 1:19.462, 1:19.462, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Coming up on bell and 1 to go, Peterson setting the times to beat. And Peterson's time, a 2:36.851. 2:36.851 for Peterson in the United States of America in heat number 1, the time to beat in the 50-54 women's individual pursuit final. Heat number 2 coming on track now. On the home straight, rider number 53, Debbie Milne of the United States of America, and on the back straight, Vicky Appel, also of the United States of America. Milne with a light blue colored skin suit, and Appel all in black. Both riders off and underway. This is heat 2 of 2 in the women's 50 to 54 individual pursuit. I should have Carla Richard, Raja McMahon, and Sarah Agnew in the ready areas for their event, the 45 to 49 women's pursuit final coming up next. Appel with the fastest opening lap so far at 24.6, 3/10 of a second faster than Peterson. Both riders coming up on the halfway point now. Appel 118 at the kilo. Milne third fastest so far with a 120.2. Appel riding her way onto the top step of the podium. Two and a half laps to go for both riders. Bell and 1 to go, both riders. Appel with only 3/10 of a second advantage coming up on the final half lap. And Appel sets a new best time, 2:36.738. Debbie Milne, third place, bronze medal, 2:40.108. Let's have a big round of applause for our women 50 to 54 in the individual pursuit. Up next, women 45 to 49. They will also be racing 2 kilometers, 8 laps. We have 3 two-up heats. In heat number 1, starting from the home straight, Carla Richard of the United States of America, rider number 69 on the back straight. Raja McMahon of the United States of America. Last call, Carla Richard for the home straight, rider number 69. We should have Sarah Agnew and Nicole Borum-Shakel in the ready area. You'll be on track next. Once again, you should be seated at the top step. And both riders in heat number 1 of 3 in the 45-49 women's pursuit timed final are off and underway. These two riders will be setting the times to beat. Carla Richard out fastest so far with a 23.6. McMahon second fastest with a 25.2. Both riders coming up on the halfway point. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Richard fastest so far with a 120.974. McMahon 124.194. 3 seconds off the pace of Richard. Carla Richard setting the time to beat here in heat number 1 of 3 in the women's 45-49 individual pursuit timed final. Once again, 1 and done. Both riders coming into belt and 1 to go. Richard will hear it first. And Carla Richard sets the time to beat a 2:47.439. McMahon second fastest so far with a 2:50.516. Up next, heat 2 of 3. Starting from the home straight, rider number 68, Sarah Agnew of the United States of America. And on the back straight, Nicole Borum-Shakel, also of the United States of America. Heat 3, Sean Morelli and Monique Snyder should be in the ready areas. And heat 2 is off and underway. Heat 3 should be in the ready area. Our next event is the women's 40-44 individual pursuit final. Heather Nielsen, Caitlin Matan, Brittany O'Neill, Christy Howells, and Anna Rozowska of Poland should be finding their way through bike check and to the ready area. Agnew and Borum-Shakel, second and fourth fastest times so far in the early goings. Agnew coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go, setting best times now. Best kilometer split so far, a 1:20.061. Borum-Shakel, fourth fastest so far with a 1:30.672. This is the penultimate heat of this event. Only 2 more riders to go. Agnew riding herself into a medal. Bellin 1 to go for Agnew. Bellin 1 to go for Borum-Shakel. Agnew with a new best time, 240.386, 240.386. Borum-Shakel's time, a 255.935. So right now, McMahon on the bubble as we bring 2 more riders up. Starting from the home straight, rider number 67, Sean Morelli, United States of America, and starting from the back straight, rider number 70, Monique Snyders of the United States of America. Okay, and our third and final heat of the women's 45 to 49 women's individual pursuit is off and underway. Should have the riders for our next event in the ready area, Heather Nielsen and Caitlin Matan. Brittany O'Neill, Christy Howell should be getting ready to join them. And Anna Rozowska as well. Right now, Morelli and Snyder setting the third and second fastest time so far. Snyder's now picking up speed, getting ahead of the time of Agnew. Both riders 5 laps to go. Coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Snyder's continuing to set down new best times, 2 seconds up. Morelli riding herself onto the podium, 2nd place so far. 3.5 laps to go for both riders. Two laps to go for both riders. 2 laps to go for both riders. Monique Snyder's continuing to set new best times. Comes around, here's the bell, 1 to go first. Morelli right behind her, 2nd fastest so far. And it's going to be Snyder's finishing with the best time, 2:33.087. And Morelli finishing 2nd fastest of all comers at a 2:36.153. So your podium, 1st place Snyder's, 2nd place Morelli, 3rd place Agnew. Let's give it up for all of the women, 45 to 49 individual pursuiters. On track now, heat 1 of 3 in the women's 40 to 44 individual pursuit. Starting from the home straight, rider number 78, Heather Nielsen of the USA, and the back straight, Caitlin Matan, also of the USA. Both riders off and underway, 2 kilometer, 8 lap pursuit. These riders will be setting the times to beat in heat number 1. Matan with the fastest opener, 25.1. Nielsen behind with a, I believe it was a 26, but I could be wrong. Jesus Lamb of Tucson, Arizona, I have some identification belonging to you up in the announcer's tower. Come see me at your earliest convenience. Matan setting the times to beat, a 123 kilo. Nielsen behind with a 126 kilo. Matan continuing to set the best times. 2 laps to go. Bell and 1 to go for Matan. Bell and 1 to go for Nielsen. Matan sets the time to beat a 2:43.597. Nielsen finishing second fastest so far with a 2:50.174. Up next, heat 2 of 3, starting from the home straight, rider number 79, Brittany O'Neill of the United States of America. And on the back straight, rider number 76, Christy Howells of Great Britain. Will be our penultimate heat. We should have Anna Rosowska, of Poland in the ready area. Our next event will be the women's 35 to 39. We should have Lonchar, Herrick, Somerset, Zubris, and Bosco through bike check and proceeding to the ready area. Once again, this is heat 2 of 3 for the women 40 to 44. Women 35 to 39, you're up next. And both riders are off and underway. This is heat 2 of 3. Howells setting fastest opening lap so far. Both riders coming up to the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Christy Howells of Great Britain sets the time to beat at the kilo with a 1:21.789. Brittany O'Neill, 1:22.681, second fastest so far. So both of these riders putting themselves onto the podium with only 1 rider remaining in heat number 3. And O'Neill looks to have taken over the lead now. So we've had an exchange of the lead. O'Neill picking up speed in the latter half of the race now with 2 laps to go. Almost a second advantage over Howells. 2 laps to go. So O'Neill continuing to set new best times. Howell now riding onto the bubble, 3rd place with 1 rider to go. Brittany O'Neill with half a lap to go. Brittany O'Neill setting a new best time, 2:41.561, 2:41.561 for Brittany O'Neill. Christy Howells finishes third fastest so far with a 2:45.121, 2:45.121 for Christy Howells of Great Britain. Coming up next, heat number 3, and our final rider, Anna Rosowska of Poland, rider number 80. Christy Howells on the bubble, third fastest so far. O'Neill and Matan, first and second fastest so far. And our third and final heat is off and underway. Rosowska, second fastest opening lap, a 24.744, 24.744. Rosowska now settling in, and a new best time at the 500 meters of a 41.831, 0.7 of a second faster than all previous comers. Coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Next time she hits the home straight. New best time at the kilo of a 1:16.328, 1:16.328 for Rosowska of Poland. So Howells on the bubble, and Rosowska trying to ride her way up to the top step. 3 laps to go. Two laps to go. Bell and 1 to go. Almost 11 seconds the advantage. Rosowska. We will, barring disaster, we will see a new best time and a new world champion as she rides her way to the home straight. 2:29.473. Faster than the 2019 championship time outside the world record of Van Houweling, but a great time and good enough for a world championship. Anna Rosowska of Poland. Up next, heat 1 of 2 in the women's 35 to 39 individual pursuit final. Starting from the home straight, rider number 89, Julia Lonchar of the United States of America. And starting from the back straight, rider number 87, Lindsay Herrick Somerset of Canada. Should have Kimberly Zubris and Samantha Bosco in the ready area. The event after that will be the men's second ride in the sprint, if I'm not mistaken. And heat 1 of 2 is off and underway. These riders will be setting the times to beat. Top 3 riders get medals during the award ceremony at the halfway point of our program. That will follow ride number 3 of the men's semifinal. Ride 2 is the next event. Lonchar out in a 23, it looked like. '42nd, 500. Lonchar heading to the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Next time she hits the home straight here, I'll give you the kilo split momentarily. (1:16.7), 1:16.7, the best time at the kilo so far. Herrick Somerset, second fastest with a 1:28.5, sorry. Julia Lonchar with 2 laps to go. Again, this is heat 1 of 2 in the women's 35 to 39 individual pursuit. Bellin 1 to go for Lonchar. Bellin 1 to go for Herrick Somerset. And Julie Lonchar sets the time to beat a 2:38.567, 2:38.567. And Herrick Somerset sets the second fastest time so far, 2:51.228. 2:51.228 for Herrick Somerset. Coming up next will be heat 2 of 2. Starting from the home straight will be rider number 93, Kimberly Zubris. On the back straight, rider number 86, Samantha Bosco. We'll check the track for any damage here. We will not be starting right away. Just going to check things out, make sure everything's okay, and we'll proceed when it is safe to do so. Once again, heat 2 of 2, getting ready to go. Our next event will be the men's semifinal ride number 2. In heat 1, it's going to be the second ride between Joaquin Ritter and Andrew Weathers. And then heat number 2, Marcel Lorenz and Ryuji Ichimoto. Once again, the second ride in the best of 3 series between those gentlemen. The next event after this final heat of the women's 35 to 39 individual pursuit. Once again, photos of all racers competing in the championships are being taken by Craig Huffman, the official championship photographer. You can order photos with the forms available between the officials tower and the awards area on the infield of the velodrome. Once again, Jesus Lamb, I have some property of yours up in the announcer's tower. You can tell me what it is and we'll get it back to you. So once again, Kimberly Zubris, rider number 93, starting from the home straight. Samantha Bosco starting from the back straight. And heat number 2 of 2 is off and underway. Time to beat, 2:38.567 of Julie Lancharset in heat number 1. Zubris going out quickly, going after it with a 22.453 opening lap. Samantha Bosco with a 23.9 opener. Zubris continuing to set new best times. Bosco third best so far, putting herself in contention for a medal. Currently on the third step, see if she can move up as the race continues. 5 laps to go for both riders. Halfway point for Zubris, a 1:13 knot kilo. Bosco 1:16.7. Both these riders flying. Bosco now second best. Two laps to go for Zubris, 2 laps to go for Bosco. One lap to go for Kimberly Zubris, 8-second advantage over the next fastest rider. Bosco second place, putting herself on silver medal at these World Championships for Masters. And Zubris finishes with the best time, 2:28.277. Bosco second fastest with a 2:32.668. And third place, bronze medalist will be Julia Lonchar, but Kimberly Zubris, first place, putative world champion in this event, the women's 35-39 individual pursuit. Let's have a big round of applause for our women individual pursuiters. We'll be doing the award ceremony for the women individual pursuit after the men's third ride, if that's necessary. But right now we're going to move on to the second ride in the semifinal round of the men's sprint for men 50 to 54. Heat number 1, a re-ride between Ritter and Weathers. Ritter won the first ride, starting from the inside position. Weathers this time will start from the inside position. He needs to win this ride if he hopes to advance to the final round for gold and silver. As I said, he'll be starting from the inside position. Ritter will be starting from the outside position. And Ritter has brought himself to the front. And using his speed, he is the top qualifier coming into the sprints. Weathers in the slipstream as they come into the bell lap, 250 meters to go. Weathers trying to make a run on the outside. Ritter's holding him off, hits the 200-meter line first. This is a drag race down the back straight. Weathers with the longer way to come around. Ritter keeping his nose ahead as they come down to the line, and Ritter will take it in 2. He will be the one racing for gold and silver. Weathers to the bronze medal ride later in the program this afternoon. Up next, ride number 2 in heat number 2 of the semifinal round of the men's 50 to 54 sprint. Marcel Lorenz will be riding from starting from the inside position. Ichimoto from the outside. Ichimoto in blue. Lorenz in black with the white helmet. Our next event is the women's 80-plus individual pursuit final. We should have Pat Baker in the ready area. Lorenz in front in black, won the first ride, only needs to do so one more time to send himself to the gold medal final against Ritter. Ichimoto wants a chance at gold. He needs to win this ride, send it to the decider, and win that one as well. Ichimoto changing things up a little bit here. He's ridden from the front most heats leading up to this. Now he's riding from behind. Both riders picking up speed as they come into the bell lap. Lorenz, the second fastest qualifier, hits the 200-meter line first. Drifting up track a bit as they come through the final turn. Ichimoto on the outside with the longer way to come around, and it's Lorenz crossing the line first. Okay, this heat 1 of 1, Pat Baker. Women's 80 plus. Pat holds hour's best. So this will be a mere sprint. Two laps down, 6 laps to go for Pat Baker. Coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go, Pat Baker. Coming up on 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. Bell and 1 to go for Pat Baker. Bell and 1 to go. Okay, Pat finishes with a 4:20. .704. So we're off now to the women's pursuit, 70 to 74. Okay, and I've been informed that in ride number 2, heat number 2 of the semifinal round, there has been a relegation to rider number 340, Lorenz, for not holding their line during the final sprint. Once again, in heat 2, ride 2, there was a relegation to rider 340, Lorenz, for not holding the line during the final sprint. There will be a third ride of heat number 2. In heat 1, home straight. Okay, and we have a rider down on the back straight. Seems to have been a difficulty with the start. In heat 1, starting from the home straight, Ariel 11 of the United States, and the back straight, Renate Walton of Canada. We'll get those bikes reloaded into the starting gates and resume heat 1. Should have heat number 2 in the ready area. Mary Ellen Allen and Louise Hose. So once again, we are going to restart heat 1 of 2 in the women's 70 to 74. Next event will be the women's 65 to 69. Lenita Anthony and Elizabeth Heller. They should be through bike check and in the ready area. got a good start, both front and back straight. Heat number 1 of 2 in the women's 70-74 pursuit timed final, 2 kilometers, 8 laps. These two riders will be setting the times to beat. It's Walton with the fastest opening lap so far, 27.9 for 11.
Come on, Ariel, let's go. Good.
11:53.7, 500 meters. Walton setting the times to beat. Walton in the red at the kilo, a 1:27.844. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. 11 second fastest at the kilo with a 1:44.477. Two laps to go for Walton. Two and a half laps to go for Levin. So Walton riding herself onto the podium. Find out which step here after heat number 2. This is heat 1 of 2. As Walton finishes in a 2:59.027, 2:59.027. And Levin has a lap to go. Ariel Levin finishes with the second fastest time so far, 3:31.730. 3:31.730. That concludes heat 1 of 2. On track now, heat 2 of 2. Starting from the home straight, rider number 4, Mary Ellen Allen, United States of America. And on the back straight, Louise Hose of the United States of America. Both riders off and underway. Mary Ellen Allen with the blue sleeves, starting from the home straight, is the holder of the world's best time in this event, set at altitude in Aguascalientes, Mexico. Second fastest opening lap, Hose with the third fastest opening lap. Still second and third fastest so far for Mary Ellen Allen and Louise Hose, respectively. This is the second heat of two in the women's 70 to 74. Next event is the women's 65 to 69 pursuit. We have one heat there, Lenita Anthony and Elizabeth Heller. They should both be in the ready area. The event Mary Ellen Allen, 131 kilos, second fastest so far. Going to have to pick up the pace in the back half. She wants the top step. Three laps to go for both riders. Second and third fastest so far. Renate Walton of Canada currently with the best time so far. Bell and one to go for Allen. Bell and one to go for Hose. Mary Ellen Allen finishes with the second best time so far, 3:00:644. Hose, third fastest, goes to the podium, 3:07:748. And that means Renate Walton is your new world champion with the 2:59:027. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our women 70 to 74 individual pursuit finalists. On track now, heat 1 of 1. The women's 65 to 69 individual pursuit, starting from the home straight, rider number 20, Lenita Anthony, and from the back straight, rider number 21, Elizabeth Heller, both riders from the United States of America. And both riders are off and underway. Once again, 2 kilometers, 8 laps. Winner of this heat is the world champion. Second place, the silver medalist. And it's Lenita Anthony with very slight lead of the first half lap. Half a second lead at the end of the first lap, 25.4 to 25.9. Heller holding the gap steady. Anthony now building her lead, coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Still only a few tenths separating these two racers. As Heller starts to close the gap as we come into the final 3.5 laps. Heller putting it on in the last couple of laps here, bringing the deficit down each half lap. Only 3 tenths off the time of Anthony now as we come into 2 laps to go. Now only 0.03 of a second separating these two. Remember, right, everybody, the louder you are, the faster they go. Heller now in the lead as they come into the final lap. Elizabeth Heller with half a lap to go. And with a gutsy comeback, it is Elizabeth Heller winning in a 2:42.857. Second place, Lenita Anthony with a 2:45.188. Let's give it up for both of these women in the 65 to 69 individual pursuit. We have 2 more events, the women's 60 to 64 and women's 55 to 59, before we have the 3rd ride of the men's 50 to 54 between Lorenz and Ichimoto. That'll be a 3rd ride, a deciding ride in Heat 2 of the semifinal round of the men's sprint for 50 to 54. Following these next 2 events in the women's pursuit. Up next, the women's 60 to 64. We're going to start with Heat 1 of 2. On the home straight, Meg Montner of the United States of America, and on the back straight, rider number 16, Fotini Sendifer of the United States of America.
Take the rod or someone to help you.
And both riders out of the starting gate and underway. This is heat 1 of 2 in the women's 60 to 64 individual pursuit timed final. Both of these riders setting the time to beat. Meg Montner with the fastest time so far. Both of these riders averaging close to 36 kilometers per hour as we come into 4.5, soon to be 4 laps to go. We'll be at the halfway point when each of these riders get back to the pursuit line. Montner with a 138.9 kilo, Sandifer with a 139 knot. Only a 1/10 of a second separating these two riders. Looks like Sandifer is closing the gap. Now Montner picking it up again. Into 2 laps to go for both riders. Next time they hit the pursuit line, it's going to be bell and 1 to go. Less than a second separating these two riders as they come into the final lap. Montner setting the times to beat. Put herself on the podium. Which step to be determined by the racers in heat number 2. And Montner sets the time to beat 3:13.714. Sandifer second fastest so far with a 3:16.328. Once again, that was heat 1 of 2. Heat 2 coming up next. In heat number 2, starting from the home straight, rider number 12, Ruth Clements of the United States of America will be starting. And on the back straight, rider number 23, Monica Buchanan Starkey, also of the United States. Ruth Clements in the black kit of CFC. Buchanan Starkey in a green and black kit, starting from the back straight. This is the second heat of the women's 60 to 64. Up next will be the women's 55 to 59. Should have Carlene Ron, Shelley Christensen, Debbie Capewell, Heather Simonson, Charlene Yarnall, and Diane Percy in the ready areas. They should be through bike checking in the ready areas. Their event is up next. But on track now, heat 2 of 2 in the women's 60 to 64 individual pursuit. And we have a false start on the home straight. We'll get both riders back around and into the starting gates. Okay, and our back straight rider is off and underway. Ken Starkey with a good start. New best time opening lap, 27:597. So we will have 3 finishers in this race. Right now, Buchanan Starkey setting new best times at the 500 meters. Coming up on the halfway point, no, sorry, 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go for Buchanan Starkey. And at the halfway point, Buchanan Starkey sets a new best time at the kilo of a 130.477, 130.477. Three laps to go. And we have a minivan, a gray silver minivan with a license plate 9BAY794 parked behind the velodrome. The area behind the velodrome is only for emergency services. You need to move your car or we will do it for you. 1 lap to go for Buchanan Starkey, setting new best times by a wide margin. Riding her way up to the top step of the podium in these World Championships, Monica Buchanan Starkey of the United States with 1 lap to go. In the women's 60 to 64 individual pursuit. Winning time, a 3:01.149, 3:01.149. Next event is the women's 55 to 59 individual pursuit. We will have 3 heats. Going to start things off with heat number 1. Starting on the home straight, rider number 36, Carlene Ron of the United States of America. And starting on the back straight, rider number 28, Shelley Christensen of Canada. Christensen with a white helmet, Ron with a black helmet. And Both riders are out of the starting gates, and we are off and underway in Heat 1 of 3 in the women's 55-59 individual pursuit. These riders will be setting the times to beat in this timed final. Carleen Ron gets things going with a 26.6. Christensen right behind her with a 29.5. 4.48. Ron at 42 kilometers per hour, coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. Sets the time, best time at the kilo of 1:23.5. Shelley Christensen finding her way down the back straight, somewhere around a 1:33. 4 laps to go for Shelley Christensen, 3 laps to go for Carleen Ron. Heat 1 of 3. Top 3 to medal and stand on the podium during the award ceremony to follow ride number 3 in heat number 2 of the semifinal round of the sprint for men 50 to 54. 2 laps to go for Ron. Next time she hits home straight, it'll be Bell and 1 to go. Bell and 1 lap to go. And Carleen Ron sets the time to beat 2:44.523. 2:44.523. Christensen with a lap to go. Now half a lap to go. Second best times so far as she finishes up on the back straight. Rider from Canada clocking in with a 3:07.084. 3:07.084. Shelley Christensen of Canada, second fastest so far. On track now, Heat 2 of 3, starting on the home straight, rider number 26, Debbie Capewell of Great Britain, and on the back straight, rider number 37, Heather Simonson of Canada. And both riders are off and underway. This is Heat 2 of 3 in the women's 55-59 individual pursuit, 2 kilometer, 8 laps. Capewell of Great Britain going after it. Fastest opening lap by 2.5 seconds with a 24 knot. Heather Simonson, third fastest so far with a 26.6. Capewell at 44 kilometers per hour, average speed from a standing start. Coming up on the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. I'll get you the kilo split here momentarily. New best time at the kilo, 1:20.384. Simonson second fastest with a 1:23.1. After this event, we'll have the third ride in the men's sprint, and then we'll begin rounding you up for the medal ceremonies for the women's pursuit. So if you know you're on the podium for the women's pursuit, go ahead and find your way to the awards area as we get ready to finish things up here. Simonson now with the best times. Capewell finishes 250.593, Simonson 244.395. So Heather Simonson of Canada with the best time so far. Carlene Ron second place. Debbie Capewell, after getting out after it fastest, ends up third fastest with the third and final heat on track now. Starting from the home straight, rider number 39, Carlene Yarnall of the United States, and starting from the back straight, rider number 34, Diane Kersey of the United States. Once again, Heather Simonson, second fastest at the kilo, fastest finisher with a 244.395. This is a timed final. Fastest time wins. Okay, third and final heat is off and underway. Yarnell, second fastest so far with a 24.4. Percy, fifth fastest with a 30.3. But as we've seen, it's often the back half of the race that is the deciding factor.
Good job, good job.
5 laps to go for each rider. Yarnell now finding herself with the new best times coming up on the halfway point. Fastest kilo so far with a 1:19.158. Percy 6th fastest with a 1:14. Charlene Yarnall building a commanding lead coming into these final laps. Two laps to go. Bell and 1 to go for both riders. And Percy finishes with, might be, okay, so it looks like Charlene Yarnall. Hang on, folks. Getting the time. I'm waiting for the time. We're waiting on the times for Diane Percy. Okay, so we're coming up on the third and deciding ride in Heat 2 of the semifinal round of the sprints for men 50 to 54. The winner of this ride will go to race for gold against Joaquin Ritter. The loser will ride for bronze against Andrew Weathers later in the program. Immediately following this, we are going to have the award ceremony for the women's pursuits. Looks like Ichimoto has drawn the inside position. He is in blue with the black helmet. Lorenz on the outside in black with the white helmet. And the results from the last event, looks like Diane Percy had the fastest time with a 2:37.186. Charlene Yarnall second fastest with a 2:39, and Heather Simonson of Canada third fastest with a 2:44. So Ritter in front now. Ichimoto now in front again. Ichimoto riding it from the front as he has so many times during these championships. Bell had one to go. And it's Ritter on the inside, hitting the 200-meter line. Ichimoto came in high. And Lorenz will cross the line first. So we'll get to the final results here momentarily. While we're waiting for the results from that deciding ride, we can start bringing our women pursuiters to the ready area for the awards. So once again, Appel, Peterson, Milne, Snyders, Morelli, Agnew, Rosowska, O'Neill, Mittan, Zubris, Bosco, Lonchar, Baker, Walton, Allen, Hose, Heller, Anthony, Buchanan, Starkey, Montner, and Sandifer. Please proceed to the awards area. And welcome back to the second half of session number 2 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track World Championships in Los Angeles. We're getting ready for the first ride in the best of 3 series for the bronze medal in the men's 50 to 54 sprint between Marcel Lorenz of Germany and Andrew Weathers of the United States of America. Riders should have drawn for position, be ready to come up on the track. In the gold medal heat, the final for first and second place, it'll be Ryuji Ichimoto and Joachim Ritter of Denmark. Once again, as a best of 3 series, riders will have drawn for position. Riders drawing the inside position, obliged to lead the first part of the first lap unless overtaken. In the second ride, the starting positions will be reversed. If it goes to a third race decider, starting positions will be determined by the drawing of lots once again. Andrew Weathers of the United States coming up to the line in the striped kit. And Lorenz has drawn the inside position. He is in black with the white helmet. And Weathers comes to the front. Two laps to go. Weathers picks up the pace. Weathers in front as they come into belt and 1 to go. Weathers lost Lorenz there for a minute, but Lorenz did not lose any speed. He's now coming up around and over the top. And Lorenz crosses the line first. And has been designated the winner. 11.4 final 200 in that ride. As we now go on to the first ride in the final for gold and silver, between Ryuji Ichimoto of Japan and Joachim Ritter of Denmark. Our next event will be the 55-59 men's 500-meter time trial final. Should have Sinkin, Berthet, Lyman, O'Brien, Francis, Waterman, Vela, Barton, Lamb, McKay, Brown, Kyle, Arishi through bike check and going to the ready areas. Will be 2 up heats. They will go quickly. Ichimoto in blue. Got a fan club here on the home straight. He has drawn the inside position, Ritter in black with the red stripes, starting from the outside position. And Ritter comes to the front. Ritter in front, Ichimoto coming around now with 2 to go. Ichimoto at the front, opens the door, checks what's inside. Ichimoto in front coming into the bell lap. Ritter getting himself some altitude. Ichimoto hitting the 200-meter line first, but Ritter closing the gap fast with the speed he has. Fastest qualifier, but Ichimoto has control of that pole lane. They're coming right down to the line. It's going to be Ichimoto taking the first ride. Some exciting sprinting here at the VELO Sports Center. As we now go into the time trials for the men 55-59, we're bringing up heat 1 of 13 on track now. Starting from the home straight, it's going to be David Simkin of the United States of America, rider 302. On the back straight, 257, Joel Pertet of the U.S. While we're getting things set up out here, how about a big round of applause for our officials reconfiguring the track between these timed events and the sprints and everything else. Once again, heat 1 of 13 in the men's 55-59 500-meter time trial final. fastest time wins. It is 2 laps of the 250-meter Siberian Pine Oval that is the VELO Sports Center here in the heart of Carson, California. Both riders off and underway. 2 riders will be setting the times to beat. Bell and 1 to go. Berthet with the fastest opening lap of a 21.657. Saikin right behind with a 22.8. And Berthet sets the time to beat, a 37.459. Sinkin, 39.182. World's best, a 33.5 set at altitude in Aguascalientes, Mexico by Jeff Stoker of Australia. On track now, heat 2 of 13. Starting from the home straight, rider 276, James Lyman of the United States. On the back straight, rider number 282, Peter O'Brien of New Zealand. And heat 2 of 13 is off and underway. Bell and 1 to go as O'Brien is setting the 3rd fastest, Lyman the 4th fastest time so far. Top 3 times stand on the podium. Top step reserved for the world champion. O'Brien 3rd fastest so far with a 41.322. Lyman 4th fastest so far with a 42.283. On track now, heat 3 of 13, starting from the home straight, rider 270, Robert Francis of the United States of America. On the back straight, rider number 298, Eric Waterman, also of the United States of America.
Let's go, Bob! Here we go, Bob.
Heat 3 of 13 off and underway. Still the time to beat, the 37.459 of Joel Bertay set in Heat 1. Francis getting out after it, 21.3, 22.95 for Waterman. New best time, 37.273 from Robert Francis. New best time, 37.273. Waterman finishes third fastest so far with a 39.138. On track now, Heat 4 of 13, starting from the home straight. Rider number 295, Stephen Vella of the United States of America. On the back straight, 255, Ian Barton of Great Britain. Last call, Heat 5, Jesus Lamb and James Nikkei. You should both be in the ready area as Heat number 4 is starting now. Last call, Heat 5, James Nikkei and Jesus Lamb. And Heat 4 is off and underway. Stephen Vella of the United States, starting from the home straight. Stephen Vella, third fastest at the 250 with 22.392. Third fastest so far with a 38.803. 38.803. Stephen Vella. Heat 5 on track now, starting from the home straight. Rider 273, Jesus Lamb of the United States of America. On the back straight, rider number 280, James Nikkei. Okay, looks like this will be a one-up from the back straight. And Heat 5 of 13 is off and underway. Third fastest opening lap with a 21.687.
Come on, Tommy!
James McKay finishes third fastest so far with a 38.103. 38.103. On track now, heat 6 of 13, starting from the home straight, rider number 259, Eric Brown of the United States of America. On the back straight, rider number 272, Charles Kyle of the United States of America. Eric Brown in the red kit, Sprinter's Edge. Charles Kyle in the black and red kit, diagonal stripes. And heat 6 of 13 is off and underway. Bell and 1 to go. Eric Brown with the 4th fastest time so far. Charles Kyle with the 5th fastest with 1 lap to go. And Eric Brown, starting and finishing on the home straight, has the 3rd fastest time so far with a 38.001. Charles Kyle, 4th fastest so far with a 38.079. 0.08 of a second difference between those two riders. So Bob Francis with the time to beat, 37.273, as we bring up heat number 7 of 13. Karosh Arishi of Canada starting from the home straight, and Robert Despain of the United States on the back straight. And heat 7 of 13 is off and underway. Despain with the 2nd fastest opening lap so far, 21.434. Arishi, 8th fastest. Despain finishes 3rd fastest of the racers so far with a 37.459. Arishi, 8th fastest with a 38.870. Coming on track now, heat 8 of 13. Starting from the home straight, rider number 285, Ted Rupp of the United States of America. On the back straight, rider 286, Thomas Shalesny of Canada. Heat 8 of 13 off and underway. Shalesny flying a 20.749 opening lap. Ted Rupp second fastest so far as they come into the final half lap. New best time, Thomas Shalesny, 35.800. Second best time so far, Ted Rupp with a 36.884. That pushes Bob Francis onto the bubble in third place. Heat 9 of 13 on track now. Starting from the home straight, Kirk Robinson of the United States of America. And on the back straight, Steve Landry of the United States. Heat 9 of 13 off and underway. 2 laps, 500 meters, time final. Men 55-59. Bellin 1 to go. Landry with the fastest opening lap so far, a 20.522. Robinson second fastest with a 20.5. And they finish Kirk Robinson second fastest so far with a 36.082. Stephen Landry third fastest so far with a 36.105. Once again, Kirk Robinson second fastest with a 36.082. Landry third fastest with a 36.105. Shalesny still at the still at the top of Canada with a 35.800. On track now, Heat 10 of 13, starting from the home straight, rider number 287, Glenn Searle of Australia. And on the back straight, 256, Aram Basie of the United States of America. Heat 10 of 13 off and underway. Basie with the fastest opening lap so far, 20.487. Searle right behind him with the 20.9, fifth fastest. Arm falling off the pace ever so slightly here as he comes onto the home straight, or back straight, sorry. And Searle finishes fourth fastest with a 36.231. Basie finishes fifth fastest with a 36.371 after setting the fastest opening lap. Still Shalesny at the top of the leaderboard with a 35.8. On track now, heat number 11 of 13. Rider 288, Fritz Stanage of the United States of America on the home straight. On the back straight, 297, Bobby Walthour. Heat 11 of 13 off and underway. Next event is the 50 to 54 men's sprint final ride number 2. Stanage 7th fastest, Walthour 6th fastest as they come into their final half laps. And Walthour finishes 6th fastest so far with a 36.467. Stanage finishes 7th fastest so far with a 36.777. Coming up next, our penultimate heat, heat 12 of 13. Starting from the home straight, rider number 260, Keith Bruneau of Canada, and on the back straight, rider number 290, Alan Townsend of Australia. Still the time to beat, the 35.800 of Shalesny of Canada. And heat 12 of 13 is off and underway. Bell and 1 to go. Townsend with the fastest opening lap so far with 20.254. Bruneau 20.9, 6th fastest. Townsend of Australia. New best time, 35.203. Keith Bruneau of Canada, 5th fastest so far with a 36.220. Kirk Robinson on the bubble in 3rd place of the riders so far as we bring up our 13th and final heat for the men 55 to 59. In heat 13, starting from the home straight, rider number 279, Chris Murray of Australia. And on the back straight, rider number 271, Patrick Heaney of the United States of America. Our 13th and final heat is off and underway. After this heat, we'll go to match sprints. New best time by a wide margin, Chris Murray with a 19.484. He with the 23rd fastest time so far. New best time, and the fastest time, a 33.746. Just outside the world record, or world's best, sorry. Chris Murray of Australia, winning the 500-meter time trial for men 55 to 59. 2nd place, Alan Townsend of Australia, and 3rd place, Thomas Shalesny of Canada. We will now go to ride number 2 in the final round of the sprints for men 50 to 54. Going to have the second ride of the heat for 3rd and 4th place. Andrew Weathers will lead this time. He will have the inside position. Lorenz the outside position. Marcel Lorenz won the first ride. Andrew Weathers needs to win this ride and the decider if he wishes to go home with the bronze. Weathers with the colored stripes, starting from the inside position on the white felt. Coming up on the outside, Marcel Lorenz on the black Koga with the white helmet and the black skin suit. Weathers rode the last ride from the front. Lorenz picking up speed and dropping altitude, opening a gap on Weathers. He's come into Bell and 1 to go. Lorenz hits the 200-meter line first. Seems pleased with the bronze medal. And Lorenz crosses the line first in the second ride. It was an 11.9, 200 meters for Marcel Lorenz. And we now go to ride number 2 in the heat for gold and silver in the final round of the men's 50 to 54 men's sprint. In this heat, Joaquin Ritter will be starting from the inside position, Ichimoto from the outside position. Ichimoto won the last ride. Coming around Ritter with 2 to go. Holding on for the finish. Men 60 to 64, you are up next. Atmore, Sandifer, Salander, Gorski, Story, Klinkon, Lobrudo, Prosolentis, Jones, Mayer, Wolkoff, Hall, Dent, and others. Your event coming up next. Ritter in black, Ichimoto in blue. Ritter of Denmark, Ichimoto of Japan. 2 laps to go. Concerted pace in the pole lane. Ritter taking it long. Ritter hits the 200-meter line first. Ichimoto on the outside, side by side, coming down to the line. And it's going to be Ichimoto takes it in 2. Congratulations. Unofficially, Ichimoto, your world champion. Coming on track now, heat 1 of 9 in the men's 60 to 64 500-meter time trial final. Starting on the home straight, rider number 201, Joseph Atmore of the United States, and on the back straight, rider number 234, Glenn Sandifer, also of the United States. Once again, these are 500-meter time trials, 2 laps. Our 2-up heats. We'll have riders starting from the home and back straight. Atmore in white, starting from the home straight. Sandifer in dark blue, starting from the back straight. This is heat 1 of 9. These riders will be setting the time to beat. And heat 1 of 9 off and underway. Phone 1 to go. 23-1 and 25-6. The opening lap times for Sandifer and Atmore respectively. Rider 216 should be through bike check and 216, yeah. And Sandifer finishes with the time to beat a 39.703. And Atmore second place with a 43.724. On track now, heat 2 of 9, starting from the home straight, Eric Salander of the United States of America, and on the back straight, rider 212, Matthew Gorski of the U.S. Salander in the orange, Gorski in blue.
I thought they were supposed to put you to work.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Okay.
I wanted to watch these races.
What's that?
I wanted to watch these races.
Yeah.
Felon one to go for both riders, Sounder and Gorski, with the second and third fastest opening laps, 24.2 and 25.2. And Sounder finishes second fastest of the riders so far with a 41.862. Gorski third fastest of the riders so far with a 43.434. Next up will be a one-up heat number 3 of 9, David Story, rider number 236 from the United States of America. And heat 3 of 9 is off and underway. Seems to be an issue with the bike. Slipped. Slipped wheel. Puncture. Going on to heat number 4. In heat number 4, rider number 219, Carlos Daniel Lobruto of Argentina will be starting on the home straight. And on the back straight, rider number 232, George Prosalantis of Australia. And both riders are off and underway. This is heat number 4 of 9. Timed final, 500 meters for men 60 to 64. Labruto, new best time at the 250 with a 22.7. Prosolentis, second fastest with a 23. Labruto finishes second fastest so far with a 40.068. Prosolentis, third fastest so far with a 40.210. Sendifer still with the fastest time so far, 39.703. Prosolentis on the bubble, third fastest so far as we bring up heat number 5. On the home straight, rider number 214, Reggie Jones. And on the back straight, rider number 222, John Mayer of Canada. We'll have heat 3 re-riding after heat number 7. This is currently heat number 5. Heat 5 of 9 off and underway. Mayer getting out quickly. Second fastest is the 250 Mayer with a 23.054. Jones seventh fastest with a 25.2. Mayer finishes third fastest so far with a 40.188. Jones eighth fastest so far with a 43.758. 43.758 for Reggie Jones. Mayer now on the bubble, still the time to beat, 39.703 set by Glenn Sendifer. Second place, Labruto at 40.068, and on the bubble, third fastest so far, Mayer with a 40.188. On track now, heat 6 of 9. Starting from the home straight, rider number 238, Jay Wolkoff, and on the back straight, rider 213, Marvin Hall, also of the United States. And heat 6 of 9 is off and underway. Wolkoff with a blistering start. New best time at the 250 with a 20.855. Marvin Hall second fastest with a 21.4. Wolkoff's continuing to lay down new best times as he comes onto the home straight. New best time, Jay Wolkoff, 36.588, 36.588 for Jay Wolkoff. Second fastest so far, Marvin Hall with a 36.857. Glenn Sandifer moves down to the bubble, third fastest so far. Jay Wolkoff comes to the top of the leaderboard. On track now, heat 7 of 9. Starting on the home straight, rider number 206, Ade Dent of Great Britain. And on the back straight, rider number 239, Carlos Daniel Zacavo of Argentina. Heat 3 will have a re-ride after this heat. Heat 3 will have a re-ride after this heat. And heat 7 of 9 is off and underway. Once again, heat 3 will be up next for that re-ride. Zacavo sets a new best time at the 250 with a 2:3.57. Dent, second fastest so far, with a 20.773. Wolkoff falling to third as Dent finishes with a new best time, 36.189. Zacavo, second fastest so far with a 36.451. Wolkoff moves to the bubble with a 36.588. Up next, re-ride of heat number 3. David Story of the United States of America, rider 236. Points racers, please proceed to bike check if you've not done so already. Points racers, please proceed to bike check if you've not done so already. Our next event is the points race. And David Story off and underway. This is a re-ride of heat number 3. Up next, heat number 8. Fifth fastest at the 250 with a 22.658. David Story finishes 6th fastest of the racers so far with a 39.727. 39.727 for David Story. 6th fastest so far. Coming on track now, heat 8 of 9, our penultimate heat in the men's 60 to 64 500-meter time trial. Starting from the home straight, rider number 237, Kenneth Todd. And on the back straight, rider number 221, Robbie Mann. And heat 8 of 9 off and underway. Kenneth Todd and Robbie Mann. Going one to go. Kenneth Todd with the 5th fastest time so far. Robbie Mann with the 11th fastest. And Kenneth Todd finishes with the 5th fastest time so far, a 38.160. Robbie Mann, 11th fastest so far with a 41.692. Coming up next, our 9th and final heat for the men's 60-64 in the 500-meter time trial. Starting on the home straight, rider number 220, who holds the world best record time in this event, Gary Mandy of Australia. And on the back straight, rider 235, Jeff Stoker of Australia. Heat 9 of 9, off and underway. Mandy in black, Stoker in white. Stoker getting out quickly. Mandy with the best time at the 250, 20.05. Stoker slightly behind him, 20.09. Going to come right down to the finish, ladies and gentlemen, as Mandy finishes with the fastest time, a 34.892. Jeff Stoker second fastest with a 35.075. Third place, Ade Dent with a 36.189. Coming up next, the points race. This will be a 10-kilometer, 40-lap affair. There will be 4 sprints. Sprints will be awarded 5, 3, 2, and 1 points for the intermediate sprints, 10, 6, 4, and 2 in the final sprint. Riders that lap the field gain 20 points. Riders that lose the lap to the field lose 20 points. Riders will be placed according to their point totals at the end of the designated distance, keeping you appraised of the points as we go along. After the points race will be the award ceremony for the men's time trials, the sprint, and I would imagine the points race. Okay, the starter is blowing the whistle. They're rolling out for a neutral lap. Neutral always means together and never means slow. They are handsomely bunched when they come back around. The starter will fire the pistol, signifying the start of racing. This is a 10-kilometer, 40-lap race. Okay, so we're going to keep things neutral here as we get a rider back up on the track. So stay neutral, stay together. Again, need the field together for the start.
Oh, gosh.
Up, up, up. Almost. Must join the field. Okay, that's as handsome probably as it's going to get. And with the firing of the gun, the racing has begun. 40 lap sprints every 10. First sprint will be at 30 laps to go, then 20, 10, and not. At the head of affairs right now, rider number 168, Michael Hines in the green. Rider 156 at the front right now. Steve Burton of the United States. As they're coming around the track 4 and 5 wide, just over 23 miles an hour. Looks like everybody's waiting for a field sprint 7 laps from now. Things starting to thin out a little bit. Only about 3 wide across the track. As they come through, it's now 24 miles an hour, so speeds have increased ever so slightly. We're now within 4 laps, 1 kilometer of the first sprint. Speeds up to 25 miles an hour. Three laps to go until the first sprint. Speeds at 25. The attacks are starting to come. Field is thinning out, lining out in the pole. 2 to go. Michael Hines taking him through. First four riders across the line will get 5, 3, 2, and 1 points. As they come into bell and 1 to go, Michael Hines at the front. Maimon now coming alongside. And it looks like it's going to be Maimon, Hines, and others crossing the line. Get you those point totals here momentarily. And it was Maimon of Australia picking up the 5, Hines 3, Burton 2, Cowell 1. So first place so far, rider number 173, Stephen Maimon of Australia, with 5 points. Second place, rider 168, Michael Hines of the United States with 3 points. Third place, rider 156, Steve Burton of the United States with 2 points. Fourth place, 172, Robert Cowell with 1 point. Everyone else tied for fifth, and we've got a flyer. Somebody coming off the front with 28 laps to go. 7 kilometers remaining in the race. And that is rider number 166 off the front. 66 is Paul Gossi of the United States of America. Opening it up ever so slightly, not quite a quarter of a lap yet. For Gossi. Looks like Hines at the front again with Maimon. Gossi giving it a go. His lead starting to evaporate though, as field is starting to shed riders off the back. Four laps, 6 kilometers remaining in the race, 1 kilometer remaining until the second of 4 sprints, the anti-penultimate sprint. Gossi brings him across the line 25 miles an hour, 3 laps to go until the next sprint. And an attack coming with 2 to go. Rider number 160. Richard Cullen of the United States takes 3 riders with him, Maimon and Hines. So all the points up the road away from the field as they come into bell and 1 to go. Maimon of Australia, your leader on points so far. Leading down the back straight as they come into the second sprint.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike. Come on.
And it will be Maimon and Hines. Cullen and Bostic picking up points. Those are the leaders on the track. They come up through traffic off the back. And it was 173 Maimon picking up 5 points. 168 Hines picking up 3 points. 160 Cullen picking up 2. 155 Bostic the 1. So your leader now with 10 points, rider 173, Maimon in the blue with 10 points. Second place, Michael Hines with 6. Third place is a tie between Steve Burton, 156, and Richard Cullen, 160, with 2 points apiece. Here come our leaders up through traffic off the back of the field.
Ronnie.
Noted. 15 laps to go. 15 laps to go. And field's all back together again. There are 5 riders down a lap. "14 laps to go, 1 kilometer till the penultimate sprint." Hines and Mayman at the front. Hines doing a big long pull as we come into the 3K to go mark, but 500 meters remaining till the next sprint. Currently at 26.5 miles an hour. We got somebody coming up and looking to take a flyer off the top. I believe that's 160 again. It was Cullen 160, but Mayman, your leader, rockets off the front, shows himself a clean set of wheels to Hines and the others. Mayman looking to take the first place in as many sprints with 10 to go. Hines and 155 behind him. That's Bostic, 155 Bostic in the point hunt as well. And it is Mayman picking up another 5, Hines another 3, Bostic another 2, Cullen another 1. And so leading into the final sprint, it is Stephen Mayman of Australia leading with 15 points over Michael Hines in second place with 9. Third place is a tie between Kent Bostic and Richard Cullen, both of the United States. Robert Kowal of the United States is the best of the rest in 5th place with 1 point. 8 laps to go, 2 kilometers remaining. The contenders now off the front, the field chasing down the back straight. We have 5 riders off the front, 1 off the back. Double points in that final sprint, 10, 6, 4, and 2. Right now we are tied for the bronze medal position with the metric mile remaining, 6 laps to go. Field has now come back up to the leaders. Five laps to go. I believe that's Gossi coming to the front. 4 laps to go. Tried to go long once before. 155 Bostic. Dragging Mayman and Hines with him. Now coming into 3 to go. And the rest of the field starting to come up. Now we have a new group of 3 coming to the front, 2 laps, 500 meters to go. Speed's 27 miles an hour. Bostic, Maiman, and Hines behind the first 2 riders as they come around for the bell. Bostic coming up around the outside, hits the 200-meter line first. Got Maiman on his wheel, Hines behind. This would be the first sprint that Maiman didn't win. And coming across the line is going to be Bostic, Maiman, and Hines. More than a 4-point differential. I believe Maiman might have won it. We'll get the official point count here momentarily. And it is Bostic picking up 10 points. That will break the tie. Maiman 6, Hines 4, Kowal 2. And your final point totals: first place, Stephen Maiman of Australia with 21 points. Second place, Kent Bostic with 13. Third place, Michael Hines with 13. And fourth place, just off the podium, Robert Kowal with 3. Richard Cullen finished in 5th place with 3 points. David McGrath with naught. And that concludes the racing. We will be going to the award ceremony here momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. And that concludes the racing in session 2. We will be going to awards. And so that concludes the racing of session 2 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track World Championships in Los Angeles, coming to you from the VELO Sports Center at the heart of Carson, California. We'll resume racing again tomorrow morning for session number 3 of the UCI 2022 Masters Track World Championships, with more sprint qualifying for the men, sprinting individual pursuits, and other racing. Thank you again.